Fish are going to spread out along the river to other locations as well. Locally, we call this the kayak bridge, the kayak takeout. Right now, we're 5.2 miles along Forest Service Road 210. This bridge behind us is actually one of our stocking locations. So we've been stocking about a mile of river so far as we've moved up. Certain times of the year, the water flows are right. There'll be a number of people up here paddling the Tellico River. They don't necessarily interfere with your fishing. I've been here before, as paddlers went by, as soon as they passed, I cast again and instantly caught a trout. If it is interfering with your fishing, don't be afraid to move further upstream. There's just a short section of the river that the paddlers will be at. Generally, above the Cow Camp Bridge, we'll see later on, you won't run into any paddlers. You know, we all have to share the resource. The forest is here for all people to utilize how they want to utilize it. Some people like to paddle, some people like to fish, or some people come to hike. Some just want to see the scenery. But we can all get along and still enjoy what's here to offer in the Cherokee National Forest. We've been on Forest Service Road 210 for 6.1 miles. We've come to one of the most iconic scenes in the Cherokee National Forest, Bald River Falls. This is a very popular location, and oftentimes the road will be clogged with pedestrians, so be sure and pay attention as you travel through here. Bald River comes out of the Cherokee National Forest as part of the Bald River Wilderness. It's a tributary to Tellico River, and it has a nice wild trout population of both rainbow and brown, and at the headwaters it has our native brook trout. It's a good choice if you want to fish for some of our wild trout in the Tellico River corridor. We're now at the Baby Falls day use area. There's picnic tables. This is the first restroom facilities you'll find since we turned on the Tellico River Road 6.4 miles ago. There's several stocking locations right near here, plenty of parking, handicap spaces. In addition, there's a beautiful Baby Falls. It's a good place to fish, and it's also a good place to watch the kayakers tempt fate going over the falls. So we're at Cow Camp Bridge. We're 7.1 miles from when we got on Forest Service Road 210. This is a stocking location, but it's also an important place to remember as we move into the summer season. Trout are cold water species and require water temperatures below 70 degrees. As we approach Memorial Day, the water temperature downstream of here exceeds 70 degrees. So once we reach Memorial Day, we will no longer stock below this point. So if you're coming to Tellico River in the summertime after Memorial Day, you would want to start your fishing upstream of here more than likely. That's where we'll be stocking. Downstream, there's still probably trout in the summer, but they're not going to be as receptive to your lures. We're at the junction of North River Road and Tellico River Road, Forest Service Road 210. We've been on the road for 7.6 miles. Here at North River is where our delayed harvest season begins, starting October 1st and lasts until the end of February. From this point upstream to the Tennessee-North Carolina state line, it's catch and release only from October 1st to the end of February. This area of the stream will be stocked for that delayed harvest, and anglers consistently report excellent catches this time of year. North River Road travels for over a dozen miles to reconnect with the Cherahela Skyway, which we left earlier. This is a gravel road that parallels North River for most of its distance. North River is a wild trout stream and has special regulations. It's got wild rainbows, wild brown trout, and then its headwaters wild brook trout. So it offers a different angling experience than the stock trout of Tellico River. Also on Tellico River upstream of here, you often will find wild rainbows and wild brown trout in addition to the trout we stock. We've traveled 10.5 miles along Forest Service Road 210, and we're at Panther Branch access area. There's plenty of parking here, a scenic bridge, and it's also one of our stocking locations. We actually get off the truck and carry fish down to this hole. So it's a good place to stop and have a picnic and catch a trout.
As you're traveling up National Forest Service Road 210, also known as the Tellico River Road, at mile 11.7, you'll arrive at the North River Check Station. Here at the check station, there are several amenities that are nice to have when you're in this far in the wilderness, such as bathrooms, bear-proof garbage cans, potable water, a camper washout station, and an informational kiosk. Also available here is a wader wash station, which is maintained to help prevent the spread of aquatic nuisance species. The North River Check Station is a good place to stop as you start your adventure up the Tellico River. Located at mile 12 on the Tellico River Road, you'll find Dam Creek Campground, which offers primitive walk-in camping Dam Creek is the first of 9 campgrounds that you'll encounter as you travel up Tellico River Road. Another benefit of staying at Dam Creek Campground is the Dam Creek Fishing Hole, which is directly across the street from the campground. It's an excellent place to start your fishing adventure on the Upper Tellico River. Located at mile 13 on the River Road, you'll find Green Cove Store and Lodge. Here at Green Cove Store, you can not only purchase your fishing license, but you can also get any gear that you may need for your fishing adventure. They also are a full-service store that offers food, drinks, propane, and other camping commodities. They also offer room and board, which is the only place in the National Forest that you can actually get a hotel room. One of them being streamside rooms, where you have direct access to the Tellico River. Located just up the road from Green Cove Angler and Lodge, you'll find Sourwood Campground. Sourwood is the only campground on Tellico River that is free. It has excellent camping sites right beside the river and offers easy access to fishing. Located just above Sourwood Campground, you'll find Sourwood Bridge. Sourwood Bridge serves as the lower boundary for our annual Tellico Kids Fishing Day, which we allow free fishing for kids 16 and under. Located at mile 13.8 on the Tellico River Road, you'll find Bald River Road. Bald River Road provides access to Green Cove Pond, Holly Flats Campground, and also the Bald River Trailhead, where you'll find wild trout stream fishing and a trail that'll lead you to the top of Bald River Falls. Located at mile 14.6, you'll find the Tellico Hatchery. The Tellico Hatchery serves as the headquarters for stocking operations on the Tellico River. During stocking season, the hatchery staff will make 120 individual stops throughout the stretch of the river to stock fish. An interesting fact about the Tellico River is that it receives the highest number of fish and the highest number of big fish of any stream in the state. Located right outside the gates of the Tellico Hatchery, you'll find the Moment of Freedom Pier. The Moment of Freedom Pier is designed to provide a true stream fishing experience for people that have mobility issues. Handicap parking is available in the parking lot at the Moment of Freedom Pier, as is wheelchair access to the river. While anybody is allowed to fish the Moment of Freedom Pier, we ask that you give priority to those with special needs and require the structure to access the river. Right above the hatchery at mile 14.8, you'll find the Tellico River Dam and Walk Bridge. The bridge serves as the upper boundary for our kids fishing today, and right above the dam is an excellent fishing hole. Another example of a campground on the Upper Tellico River is Holder Cove. Holder Cove is located just feet off of the Tellico River and provides very easy access to wading and bank fishing. Holder Cove is accessible to both RV and tent camping. It provides nice level camping spots as well as picnic tables and fire pits. Another point of interest is Holder Cove Branch Falls, which is located a short walk directly across the road from Holder Cove Campground. We're at the State Line Campground, and it's named that for a very good reason. Right now we're standing on North Carolina-Tennessee State Line. There's ample camping spots up here, easy access to the river, but once you cross the bridge here at Rough Ridge, you will be in the state of North Carolina. So your Tennessee license will not apply. You'll be, at that point in time, need to abide by North Carolina fishing regulations.
We hope this information has been helpful as you plan your trip for the Tellico area. Be sure and visit our website at tnwildlife.org. And you can always buy your licenses and permits at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. This has been a production of your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Tennessee Wildlife. It's what we do. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream, this legacy.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen workshop for the budget. And it is April 18th. It is 5:32 p.m. I'll turn this over to Finance. Ms. Tanya?
Good evening. My format will be very similar to last week, except this week we're going to be discussing the 413 fund as well as the other smaller funds. As well as last week with our operating budget, we did increase the funds across the board for increasing health costs, fuel costs. Right now in the budget, the wages are increased by 3% or one step, and we did budget for the 457 match. What we're going to talk about on my end will only be operating. We will address the capital items afterwards. So I'm just going to start with Fund 121, and we're going to go through them in order. In the revenue and the Fund 121 State Street Aid, we did increase our state gasoline and motor fuel by $50,000. That's based on prior and current year trends for the revenue, and that was the only change we really made in that. If you'll move over to the expense side of 121, you'll see that we did increase street lighting, object code 247 to $325,000. That was just an increase in the cost of the electricity. We increased object code 268 for repair and maintenance road to $900. That is for the increased cost of paving. The rest was pretty much the same.
Does 264, do we need to budget anything for that, or is that just primarily resulting from insurance payments from where people are hitting the guardrails? I know in the past we really weren't doing insurance claims on them, but now Andrew has Toya doing those left and right, so.
We don't have enough history to know what to budget for a guardrail repair every year because we haven't tracked it that way. We just started tracking it that way this fiscal year, so, you know, in the future we may break out and reduce the repair and maintenance on roads, which and increase the guardrail. And we would also add the revenue line for the insurance proceeds at that time.
Okay.
We just wanted to track the guardrail this year, so it was very obvious what we were spending just on guardrails, so we'll have that history. Fund 122, Senior Citizens. No significant changes on the revenue, pretty much the same as last year. Same with the expenses for the Senior Citizen Fund, pretty much the same as last year. In our drug fund, Fund 123, revenue, very similar to last year, no significant changes. Same for their expenses, no significant changes in the drug fund expenses. Moving on to Fund 126, our Equitable Sharing Fund. If you'll notice, I just want to point out in our cash in bank balance, you'll see the difference between the revenue for 21 and 22, and 22 and 23 was fairly significant. That was due to, on January 24th, we received a payment of $242,478.36 for a joint drug seizure case that we did in Miami, Florida in 2017, and we finally received payment on that. So that's why you'll see the significant change in the bank balance for Fund 126 revenue.
And we've talked about that for years when that would be paid.
No significant changes in expenses for the Equitable Sharing account. Moving on to 127, our Stormwater Fund. No significant changes to revenue for this year. In our expenses for 127, all of it was fairly consistent with last year. We did put $300,000 in object code 920 for the building, which is for the engineering cost for the Public Works building. The rest of the expenses are fairly the same, unless you have any questions. No questions. We'll move on to Fund 311, which is our State Street Aid. I'm sorry, Streets Capital. Revenue stayed the same. We do not have any expenses in yet because majority of this is capital, and we'll fill this in when we get through the capital and see what we approve for that. It'll be the same for the 313 Parks Capital Project. Revenue stayed the same. We'll put in our expenditures for our capital items when we get those approved. On our 321 Police Impact Fund, you'll see we did budget more in our impact fees. The impact fee revenue was trending up, and we had also increased the impact fee rate, so that would account for the increase in the revenue, and that was the only significant thing.
Can I ask you a question? You're saying that the rate, the percentage is going up on what we've been collecting?
It's trended upward.
No, I mean, I thought I heard her say that they were gonna change the rate.
No, we cannot change that rate. We're maxed out on police and fire.
But we had,
Yeah.
we had increased it last year or year before.
We did. It was year before last.
It just shocks me when you're talking about increasing an impact fee that I have to get to Intergov, and Phyllis, you can understand why.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Sorry to bother.
No. This is from prior year. You know, we're now seeing those trending from that rate increase.
Any other questions on that one?
We have to vote on that, correct?
We did 2 years ago.
I know, but if we do it again, we have to vote on it again.
Yeah, the only ones we can do is currently roads and parks.
Right.
Everything else we have to have a new study on.
Correct.
We have to have a new study?
Because we're already maxed out on fire and police impact fees. So if we want to increase those, we have to redo the study on those.
I didn't know that. All right.
Okay. Our Fund 322, which is our Fire Impact Fund, no significant changes in revenue or expenses on that. Moving on to our 413 Water and Sewer Fund. We increased our metered water sales just by the trends were going up, so we increased that a little bit. No significant changes other than that, unless you have any questions on that.
Is the, for the Tower Co., is that the one that, with the contract that we can incrementally raise every year or so?
I've not had a chance to look at that yet, to see what is in that contract.
First one.
So
Okay.
I'm not sure yet.
If we can look that over, because if I remember right from where we looked at it last year, we hadn't touched it for years.
This one is the one at the water treatment plant.
That sounds about right then, yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, moving on to expenses. Start with the water treatment plant. The only significant change we did was line 259, other professional services, and that was just our regular increase for the Infomark fee. No other significant changes. Okay, moving on to our sewer maintenance. I just wanted to bring your attention to line 266. You might notice that last year we budgeted 84,000. This year we only have 20,000. The reason before that is last year we had budgeted 80,000 for maintenance for the Fergus Road pump station, which we won't need to budget for this year. You might also notice on the next page, in our chemical line, line 322, there was a significant increase, and that's just basically due to pricing increases for our chemicals.
And as always, depreciation is there.
Okay, moving on to our water maintenance. On line 320, our operating supplies, we did increase that budget, and we increased it by 500,000. We plan to replace plus or minus 2,000 meters this year, And that was what the $500,000 increase was. Questions on that? Okay. In our water billing and collection, there was no significant changes at all in this department. And then, of course, we have our bond cost on the very last page, and those run pretty much the same. Any questions?
So that should cover water, sewer, and stormwater. Kyle, are you taking ARPA?
Can.
He sounded real excited about that, didn't he?
You're more versed in these projects than just about anybody.
As far as ARPA, I've got, or you should have a couple of sheets up there that I put down. One of them is just 2 sheets, 8.5 by 11. The second sheet will have some, I don't know if that's tan color, whatever it is, oranges. But basically, on the front of that sheet, you'll have a breakdown of the ARPA. I tried to explain a little bit where the funds come from and what led to it. And then basically the second little paragraph you can see is it's basically we'll receive $10,597,000 straight from the U.S. Treasury, and then we're eligible for almost $3.5 million from TDEC that they're going to do like a grant. So we've already spent in the next box down $601,000 for the premium pay for employees, and then $7,500 we spent for an air cleaner system at the police department. So at the bottom of that first page, there is a total that shows you what the funds were that we received straight from the federal government and what we're going to receive from TDEC. Of course, TDEC's not given us approval as far as contracts to move forward yet. We have received word back from them that they did receive our submittal back in, I think it was end of November, but they have approved what projects we submitted to TDEC, and we are waiting on the contracts that should come in any day. It may be the next couple of weeks, don't know. Just as soon as we get them, we'll bring them forward for y'all to see at the Mayor Alderman workshop and the meeting to vote on. So pretty much on the second sheet, the top portion is the federal projects, and then the bottom portion is going to be the TDEC projects. So on this top portion, basically, as you can see, we've got estimates of contracts totaling about little over 12 and a half. We only have 10, so I mean, the water sewer fund will have to pay for the rest of it, but that'll show you as we start paying for these projects. I will keep track of that and probably give you this quarterly. That way y'all can see that the money is being spent, because back to the first page, you've got to have the money obligated by December 31st of 2024, and it's got to be spent by December of 2026. So there is a time frame on this, so I just want to keep y'all informed that we are spending the money. That way it doesn't expire on us and we don't use it. The first two, item 1 on the second sheet is the Cheney Woods Interceptor. That project, as you know, has started. It's over behind Walmart right now at Heritage Valley Park area. So we've spent about a little over $1 million to date on that project. And then Industrial Boulevard Water and Sewer Extension, that's the water and sewer extension down to the BJ's area. That project is basically done, but as you can tell, we still got a little bit on it. So those are the projects that we have spent the ARPA funds on to this point. So, like I say, going back to the front sheets, you can see that we've got remaining funds out of the federal funds of roughly 7.37. And if you see anything on this sheet that you want revised or changed or added to it, just let me know. I'll try to get that added. And like I say, I'll give this out probably at Mayor Alderman workshops, maybe quarterly or something. That way y'all can have a good idea of what projects are going and being spent as far as this money is concerned.
Kyle, what are you thinking for the time frame for the Blair Road project to start? Because I know they're about to start some significant construction on several residential areas.
You talking about just the Blair Road?
The Blair Road 12-inch
Blair
water
West?
line.
Water line.
Oh, the water line? I don't have a good idea on it yet.
Okay, and then this one's either for you or for Danny, because I know he likes questions. But the tube settlers, I know the last time I was over at the water treatment plant, those were in need of some work. So I see it's not started here, but any ETA as to when it's going to get started?
I think we're waiting on the ARPA, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was saying earlier. The TDEC, the way they're doing it is by a grant. So we had to do a scorecard, and do an application process, submit all that information. They would review everybody's, when I say everybody, it's all jurisdictions in the state, and get back with us. So we have had those meetings, and they did say that the 3 projects we have listed, they were fine with. It's just that we've got to wait till they get us contract documents for those, since they're treating it as a grant. So these will be reimbursable. The city will have to pay these projects as an upfront cost, and then we will submit to TDEC for reimbursement, kind of like what we do on TDOT projects.
Okay, so are we waiting for approval from them before we get started, or are we just waiting on our own processes?
We are waiting on the tube settlers, basically to get that contract. Now, the contract will be just for construction, but it shouldn't take Griggs and Maloney more than a month or two, probably as long as they meet with Danny to spec out what needs to be changed as far as getting plans and then get it to the state.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought they were very, very important on some of this list stuff. So
Yeah,
if you
we'll
do it-
probably have Griggs and Maloney present y'all a proposal, either, it won't be the next meeting, but the meeting in June is when we'll probably get you a proposal from them to do the design and stuff, and then, of course, that way we can move forward with the
So
construction.
if you go ahead and try to get it starting and doing it, any money that the city spends, it'll come back.
We can't do construction. Yeah, we can do the design piece of it, but we cannot start any of the construction on these projects until we get approval through these grants.
I got you.
Contracts in place.
Okay. Any other questions about the ARPA and TDEC funding, these projects? Okay. Anything else for tonight, Bruce?
Yes, sir. If we can go back through the capital again. If you'll look for this sheet that I handed out to everybody, there's a revised copy I handed out tonight. If you'll go to page 3 of that document, it starts with the State Street aid. And this is all of the capital items, or, smaller projects, you can call them smaller, for all of these different funds that are being proposed. So State Street aid is obviously where we do our road paving every year. So Dietz has submitted the 3 streets listed there: Waldron Road from Thornton's to Industrial, Stones River Road from the roundabout to Murfreesboro Road, and then East near Schreibman from 73rd Avenue to the KFC. So those are the 3 that he has planned for this next fiscal year. You see the total cost there is $627,000. That's with striping, of course. Any questions about these streets that Michael can probably answer?
That piece of road from there up to KFC, that's a hot mess.
Yes, sir, it absolutely is. It needs to be addressed, and that's what we're hoping to do. I would like to just add to kind of what Bruce said. Please keep in mind, this number is kind of hard to have a firm estimate because it depends on when actual paving takes place and what the oil index is doing and so on and so forth. So this could change up or down. As past trends, it'll probably go up, but this just depends on when actual paving takes place.
So, Michael, these are the top 3 roads that need work done, in your opinion, correct?
Yes, sir, correct. Based off previous complaints and as well as just tying in other projects to these. So the thought process behind it is Stones River Road, once we get the 24-inch water line installed, that road will be paved. That will continue that paving on out from the roundabout up to Murfreesboro Road. Same thing with Waldron Road from the eastbound ramp to Industrial. Essentially, Thornton's just made those improvements there at Charter Place. This will expand that on out to Industrial. And then East near Strivman is just falling apart, as Vice Mayor just mentioned.
I've hit 73rd and KFC quite a bit.
Yep.
So it is very rugged, and I know I just let Doug know about some a new pothole over there.
Yes.
No matter how much you are fixing it, it's coming right back.
It shows right back up, yes, sir. So the goal is hopefully try to get some monies coming in early and get these paved early in the fiscal year.
Have they stopped the construction, or no more construction is planned on those townhomes down there? I think that's what tore up a lot of it, was the construction.
On the townhomes on East near Streetman, I think
On this
that
side, the big
work-
tall ones.
I think that work is complete. Now, there is another development that's gonna take place in the near future, a live work. I know that the developer has already submitted plans, I believe, to planning on that. So when that's gonna be built, I'm not sure, but that has been approved. They're planning, I believe.
Won't that go through the KFC parking lot, though, if memory serves?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think they connected on each end, the KFC parking lot and then the, where the townhomes currently are.
Yeah. So
I thought
most of your
they
traffic
did.
would probably come back out to Murfreesboro Road, but there is a possibility that some truck traffic, depending on GPS and how it takes them, could send them back out Stones River.
Well, if they have not started before, or by the time you get that area
Yep.
repaved, let's get some photos, just so that we have
Okay.
new road conditions recorded. That way, if through their construction material, they damage the road, we know who we can go back to and say, hey, you
Yep.
damaged this, we know this was in this condition beforehand, because we talked
Absolutely.
about that for some of the other projects.
Yeah, definitely a good idea.
And then
When
20,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say 24, the overpass just absolutely needs it. You can't see the lines. There's lots of potholes over there, and the road just looks in poor condition, so.
When something like that happens and you've got pictures and videos and you 100% got everything going, has the city had much success in getting those companies to fix that stuff?
Say if you have a bond.
You have
but
a
if-
bond set in
yeah.
place, yeah, that they would have to pay. In my 1-year tenure being on this side, I haven't had any dealings with that yet, so
And they
it'd
haven't
be difficult to
really
answer.
gone aggressively at that stuff, kind of like with the guardrails and other things.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, how just, success rate.
I think like Kyle mentioned, if we identify that and take pictures before and after, we can prove without a doubt that they damaged the property, we can hold their bond up until it's repaired.
I like it.
Now, there's a hole coming back up on 24 going, on Waldron going to 24 again.
Okay?
It's,
At Charter?
no, at,
Ramp.
on the ramp.
And that's, yes, ma'am, and that's the portion that we're looking to pave here, so.
So from Waldron to 24.
Oh, no, onto the ramp, that's TDOT's responsibility, and
Okay.
we have notified them on a few others, they've responded, come out and passed them. Now that you've brought that to my attention, I'll reach out to them again tomorrow and let them know, is that eastbound or westbound?
You're going westbound.
Westbound,
Into
okay.
Nashville.
Okay,
And the concrete is starting to break again also.
Okay.
So there's like 2 different spots.
It's in that same spot we talked about, right, where it's transitioning from the ramp to the actual paving.
yep, yes, sir.
It's right there. I've not seen them come out and fix it since
Okay.
we originally spoke.
Okay, we'll
It's-
reach out to them again,
It's been a while.
okay.
Anything else?
One thing I want to point out is in the budget for State Street Aid, there is a total of $900,000 set aside for paving, but please keep in mind that's not just for paving. Yes. There's other costs that come out of there as well. And I'll talk to Tanya more about this. The street lighting, that dollar amount should go down with the LED lights that we've just put in. So we'll have to figure out what that may go to. So that may give us some additional funding there for street paving or whatever other needs in that fund. So we'll have to figure that part out.
And Bruce, we had asked Dietz to postpone paving till the spring if possible. It'd be up to the board. Because we did take an extra amount out of the State Street Aid for some paving this spring. We'd like to have a little bit of time for that cash to build back up. And we talked to Dietz and told him, that if he could let us get that replenished by early spring, February, March, that we should be okay for paving. That doesn't mean we can't do some small stuff in the fall if we have to, if we need to. But because we did take a big hit this year, and our balance is going to be down around $1 million at the end of the year, we'd like to see that postponed if possible.
So we got $900,000 in a paving account, but it goes for other stuff like what?
Well, there's salt for one thing. That's probably the biggest thing other than
Guardrails, yeah.
guardrails.
That's the other
That's true.
expense.
That's true. So there's a few things that, anything when it comes to road maintenance is really what goes in that line item.
Probably pothole patch, maybe.
Yep, which we have a line item in our operating as well, but if we use that up, we defer it back.
And Mike, just so you know, I don't mean to put you on the spot. If we do pothole patch on Murfreesboro Road, would you let Tanya know? Because we can bill the state for that.
Yep, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So we patched the potholes on Murfreesboro Road and TDOT pays for it?
Reimbursed for the maintenance.
Good.
So be sure to
They
report.
also reimburse us for litter pickup and mowing.
They pretty good about getting it back to us?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We bill them on a monthly basis and they turn it around in a couple of weeks and pay us right back. It's not much, but it's like $4,000 a year.
A lot faster than putting up a red line, ain't it?
And Phyllis, if I heard you right, you said you wanted Dietz to go ahead and do that paving July 1st?
Mayor,
She said
you're getting March and May, March and July mixed up.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, if we go to page 4, this is the Senior Citizens Fund. David, I'll let you talk about the senior center.
Yes, they requested, actually, the building needs a new roof, so this was a quote for a metal roof. I'm sure that would have to go out for bid. $35,000 is in the budget for that. That would be a metal roof over their existing structure, the building, and the shed, so it'll cover all of it.
Do they have any leaks currently, or is it just age?
I don't think they have any leaks. Well, let me take that back. They do have some kind of over the kitchen area, kind of like where the ridge cap has kind of separated a little bit, so the water blows in. There was some leaks over the lean-to part of it, but I think our crews took care of that pretty much several months ago. So there is a few leaks, sporadic, but with the age of that roof, yeah, it just needs to be replaced.
So David, just to back up a little bit about the paving, when that gets done, can whoever does the striping, can we make the parking spots like a foot wider?
Yeah, I don't know, I guess they have to be a standard size, that, Randolph, is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, we hold others accountable to that requirement, so, I mean, they can go to the max of what, or meet the minimum, they can go to maximum whatever they choose to go to, but there is a minimum.
So, yeah, I think they can, if you want to make them wider, that should be fine.
The seniors are hard on a next door vehicle.
Yeah, the only concern I'd have is how many spaces do you lose if you make it wider? Because that would be the only thing I'd be concerned with. But if you got plenty of spaces, there should be fine to make them wider.
You know, because you can look at the zoning too, there's probably some minimum number of spaces to have for that use as well, so that's another standard we hold others accountable to.
Any other questions about the parking lot or the roof?
And just so you guys know, they requested to get a quote on an extension of their building a little bit. Wanted to kind of knock the end out going into what used to be the impound lot a little bit. We didn't bring that before you guys because the cost was astronomical, well over $200,000 for an initial quote. That was not including design plans. To gain that little bit of space, we didn't think that would be even feasible to present to you guys. Almost $230,000.
Those people already come back with the estimate?
Yeah, yes, sir. We had an estimate that afternoon.
Really?
Of course, it was a ballpark figure, so it wasn't really specific because we didn't have any drawings to just go off of. That was just word of mouth of what we wanted, pushed out and added onto, and at that cost, we would have felt bad to bring that before you guys. But it's out there now, so it's $230,000.
So you better be hustling at the yard sale, that's what he's saying.
I got you.
Well,
I know that.
For the space they were going to gain, I don't think it would be worth it. I think we could probably do a little remodeling in-house maybe, and that would be, they have that one door on the front side of the building that they don't use. I don't know if it's a requirement to keep that usable or if we could kind of box that space in and knock those walls out and create a little bit bigger storage space inside. If the door doesn't get used and they have more exit doors, I don't know if it's a requirement that we keep that door functionable.
I think that I think that door is like a safety issue. People coming in and out of it way up there. I don't know, but I do know this the center is growing. We're getting new people all the time, new seniors, and they just need a place to come to. I do know it's expensive to make that happen. Hopefully with the FEMA building, that'll help for a little relief.
Any other questions? Bruce?
All right, if you go to page 5, this is the Stormwater Control Fund. There's a couple requests there. Gary, you want to talk about those?
Yes, sir. Candy.
All right, one of our inspectors, Scott Warwick, presently has a not extended cab pickup truck. And inspectors, they're going around with these big old rolls of plans. And I do ride-alongs as part of my job, and there's not room for me and the plans. So I took a look at that. His present truck is a 2009, has over 103,000 miles on it. So it might be a good time to go ahead and trade that in. So this is actually a replacement. And so trade that in while it still has some value and get him something that is better for an inspector. The skid steer, last time we took it into Thomas, he told us that the fuel pan was beginning to rust out. So I talked to Scott Anderson about that. We did some research. That was bought in 2006, and it's on its last legs. It's going to start costing a whole lot to maintain that thing. So those are the two recommendations. Y'all have any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, the other item out of stormwater is the fund balance items for the construction and other things needed for the Public Works Community Development Services Facility. Next page is Parks Capital Projects Fund. David, once again, I'll turn it to you.
See the rehab of the walking trail? That was actually in this year's budget. Price came back higher than what was budgeted for. I think we had $100,000 in there. So we switched that over to do the front of Veterans Park, which they have completed this week. Should be done striping either late this afternoon or early tomorrow morning. So we're going to filter the walking trail into next year's budget, as long as replacing the workout station and the surfacing up at the front of the park. I think it's probably original to the park. It definitely needs some attention. That $85,000 you see there, that price is good through November. That was on a the purchasing program. I don't know if it's NJPA now or what they call it, but that was that price under that. We have had a company reach out to us for that same area. That's kind of a grant involved in it. It'd be a matching grant though, so our price would go up if we chose to go that route from $85,000 to $125,000. So we're still looking into that. We have another conference call with them next week to check that out. And then the other stuff you see we have pushed out further the next couple of years.
David, you said that grant would cost it to go up, did you say to 125 or 145?
125.
And what would the difference be? I know you said it's a matching grant, but what would that 40,000, how would that affect that whole area?
Some of that we may be able to back out of there if they can use our existing concrete slab, which I think they can. We would have to clean all that off, which is kind of what we did at the playground anyway. It's more of a body weight type. Everything that would go into this works off your body weight. So the exercise equipment is actually geared to each individual's body weight. It's a kind of like a poured-in-place surface, but it may be squares. And the requirement is a 38 by 38, so it will fit in what we have. There'll be a little excess on the outside, but that is turnkey, them doing all of it.
Okay, and what's the time frame for that grant?
Well, it's yearly, so there's actually, if we don't qualify for it this year, we can put in for it next year, depending on what we want to do. I think it probably goes by the fiscal year also.
Okay.
So that workout, that's the original?
As far as I know, it is, yes, sir. I know the surfacing, it hasn't been, I've been here 12, 13 years, and the surfacing has never been, nothing's been done to it other than maintenance on it. So, and we'll have some more information next week. You know, I know it's budget time, so we just talked to him on Friday, and when he found out we were going to redo it, he wasn't really crazy about where our location was. They kept trying to put it somewhere else and put it somewhere else, which is really not feasible for us. So when he finally did a Google search on it and pulled it back and found out there was enough space there, then he kind of changed his mind and said that, yeah, it may be doable there. So it's something we'd definitely like to look into. I know there's a price difference there. But early next week, we should have another meeting with him and have more information.
Okay. Any other questions? Bruce?
Okay. Next page of the document, page 7, is the Fire Impact Fee Fund. Chief Beasley?
Yes, sir. As you can see that we've requested equipment for the new firefighters that we've asked for in the budget, the 6 additional personnel for equipment, radios, turnouts, uniforms, but we've also requested that SAFER grant that would cover those costs if we were successful in gaining that grant or was awarded that grant. So we've requested a 67, is that correct? I can't see from here.
67,800, yeah.
67,800 in that line for all those items together. We've also requested an additional fire inspector in next year's budget, and we'll need a vehicle to outfit that individual to have the transportation, and that's estimated at $40,000 per vehicle.
Ronnie, when do we find out about the SAFER grant? As far as
I believe the last I spoke with Kamisha, that will be awarded in October.
And then, are we still doing anything, or have we recently, because I haven't seen anything, with like firehouse subs for grants?
No, sir. I think this year would be the first year that we would be eligible for that.
Okay.
I believe that's a 2-year cycle. Is that correct? So we received one my first year here, 2019, 2020, that was applied for before I got here. We received the boat for firehouse. Is that correct? So,
Okay. Just thinking of it for helping with the vehicle. So
yes, sir.
But y'all still doing the Priuses?
Yes,
Powder
sir.
blue?
Hybrid, battery operated with a crank up wheel for a Prius. Yes, sir.
switching that out for Nick's, right?
No, sir. No, it'll be a very light duty vehicle, a fleet vehicle, and nothing to be fancy.
Okay.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, page 8 deals with water and sewer fund. So as you can see, there's quite considerably more items here. We do have several items that are remaining in this current fiscal year budget in the sewer department and water department. Hopefully those will be completed. I believe we did receive the new Ford Explorer for the utility mapping last week. So hopefully that, once it gets paid, that'll be done. The forklift, and then the Fergus Road pump station, hopefully that'll be done. Michael, do you want to talk about the hydrant painting at all?
So hydrant painting, we have actually been going back and forth with this over the last couple of weeks, working with our engineering consultant. We recently received some information that we feel like we can do it for less than the $150,000. We're still in the early stages of that. We've got to have some further discussions with the contractor. Kyle and I would like to go down and see some of their work in neighboring cities. But we do feel like we can get that done citywide for that dollar amount.
Yeah, I think one thing to point out is, as we've been going through this, we've talked with Jamie and looked at different, or she's looked at different pricing, and we've seen anywhere from, on what he's talking about, $50 to $80 a hydrant to $800 a hydrant.
Yep.
It just totally depends on what you get.
What kind of paint is that?
Well, the product that's $800 a hydrant would be, from what we were told, would be sandblasting and coming back with its anemic paint, which is what is, I'd say, top of the line in that, on the water industry. So, because we've used it on the tanks and everything else. Now, the problem with that is, do we really want to spend, because the cost of that would be about $1.2 million.
1.2, yes, sir.
Dollars. Do we really want to spend that on the hydrants being just painted when fire touches it at least twice a year? Each hydrant probably, at least once. But Danny and them's got to go out and flow, do your hydrant flowing, and by the time you do all this, how much touch-up paint, how much is it really going to last 20 years or something like that? So kind of what we're looking at now is, this company seems to do it. They'll only guarantee it like 5 years, but you're probably going to need to repaint it in 5 years anyway. And plus, we could paint it 4 or 5 times for what the cost would be to go from $50 or $80 a hydrant to $800 a hydrant. So that's kind of what we're looking at, but we do not want to end up with what we've got currently. And I think that's just surface prep. Is right now, if you go to any subdivision, which I can't stand, you go to some of them and you've got paint that's halfway up the bottom that's chipped off. So you see yellow, you'll see red, you'll see just the paint, bare steel. It's just, they look awful in my opinion. So we definitely need to do something to get them done. And I think sandblasting and coming back with a Sherwin-Williams paint
Sherwin-Williams, yep.
that he would guarantee for 5 years, roughly,
Yep.
is about $80 a hydrant, what they're doing in like Spring Hill and Metro.
Yep.
So Deeds had sent some pictures today. I did not like the one that they did a wire brush.
Yeah, the wire brush
it looks
option's
like
not,
junk.
yeah. Sandblasting's the only way to go.
But if you do the sandblast and do that, it's a good looking finish. But again, we may have to do it 5 years. But I'd rather do that as I had pay $1.2 million and then be fighting back with warranty, because we're going to have those repainted. And plus, I mean, the top shouldn't change colors all the time, but if they do change, here we are painting a very expensive painted hydrant.
Right.
It just don't make sense, in my opinion, to do $1.2 million for a painting project when we could do it for less.
Yep, well, and I agree as well. And I will mention too, speaking of Spring Hill, the contractor that we've been in discussions with, they had high praises for them. They really like the work that they've gotten so far, really like the crews, efficient, so they praised them pretty well.
So what do we think, if you're going with this company, what are you estimating the price would be?
Around 120 to 130, I think would be safe.
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
When do you think you might get started on
Well, personally, and I haven't had a chance to discuss this with Kyle yet, we did talk about going out to Spring Hill. We'd like to see their preparation methods, their painting methods, and then bring that, make a decision if we want to move forward. They are currently not doing any more work until next fiscal year in Spring Hill. So around July, August, we'd like to try to plan something to go out. Spring Hill said, come on down. Y'all are more than welcome. If we can get in there, if they're working, around that time, then we can make a decision to move forward, if we like what we see.
Okay, so what I will do is I will take this off of the remaining section, since we're not going to get to it during this fiscal year.
Yes.
And it's already listed on the carryover items for next year, so we'll leave it in that space to carry over to next year.
Uh-huh.
And that's the other thing to point out is the timing, because this company said they could do it in 6 months, every hydrant we had.
Yes, or 6 months to a year to be a safe number.
Yeah, the other product would be 10 hydrants max a day.
Yep,
and we've
multiple.
got 1,400 hydrants.
1,400, yep.
So you're looking at a long time to get those done.
Yep, good point.
He answered my question. I was just curious how many fire hydrants we had.
Yep.
So now this doesn't include the new developments.
No, ma'am, and that's something else we'll be looking into as far as staff. Do we want to paint new developments? I personally don't think that there's gonna be a need. They're coming in new hydrants, so obviously that 1,400 will reduce, probably.
Yeah, the only thing we'd look at is, and we'd have to talk with fire, is painting the tops the appropriate color based on the flows.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know, Nick, but there is a possibility. I was wondering when I seen that picture today, it looks like Spring Hill may just paint their hydrants yellow and then they don't worry about the bonnet. So I don't know if that's something we may want to look at or no, but okay, answer my question.
The fear in that man's eyes when you said that. Okay.
Want to go ahead and knock out the other items I have, or?
Let me quickly talk about the carryover items. These are items that obviously we've already started that will be carried over into next year's budget. You got the service trucks, dump truck, the water break truck, another dump truck for the water department, and then the hydrant painting that we just talked about. So you get into the new capital and one-time request. Obviously, there's several items that have been requested there. So, Mike, if you want to go ahead and do the sewer and water, that'd be great.
Yes, sir. So sewer department, we are requesting a 200-foot push camera. That's basically just a camera to look at our service lines and laterals, residential side, or from the city's main up to our first clean out. It basically gives us the ability to look at for blockages, breaks, leaks, etc. We have one unit, but it's aging and we need to replace it. That's a small cost of $12,000. The Muffin Monster replacement, this does go back to Fergus Road. So we made a multitude of repairs to Fergus Road this last year. We essentially rebuilt all 3 pumps. We replaced all 3 check valves. We replaced expansion joints on the piping. However, it was several different contractors that performed this work. It wasn't a one-stop shop. We basically did that in-house. We didn't use a consultant, so I feel like we saved thousands of dollars doing that. Essentially, we just subcontracted out ourselves. The Muffin Monsters will be a sole source purchase. There's one vendor. It'll be pretty much replacing in kind what's already there, just worn out mechanical parts. They're essentially massive cutting wheels. They turn, and as solids come into the lift station, they grind them down to reduce the solids so that it can be pumped out into the sewer system.
I was about to ask what in the world a Muffin Monster is.
That's what it's called. And our goal there's some back and forth. Do we replace them? Do we not? I feel like it will hopefully reduce our cost on having that lift station pumped out, every quarter. Hopefully we can go twice a year. I can't guarantee that. I can't stop what people flush down their toilets, but the goal is to hopefully help with that.
Okay.
Next is a Mini X trailer. That's just basically upsizing our current trailer. Our current trailer is not really sufficient for the weight limits of our Mini X. However, we will continue to use the trailer. We'll just use it for smaller applications, lawnmowers, etc. And then last is 2 Ford Maverick pickup trucks for the meter division. That's basically replacing 2 aging vehicles. Both are in excess of 100,000 miles. One's a 2011, one's a 2014. The thought process is the Maverick would be, better fuel efficient, and meter readers do a lot of driving, so that's why we're requesting the smaller truck for that department.
Have we checked to see if they have these on lot anywhere?
They will not have them on lot. I can probably, it'll be difficult. But it's one of those things you have to get in now to get on the list.
That's crazy.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any questions for Michael?
I guess
Okay,
we're
if not-
going back over to Danny now.
Talk about Danny and the water treatment plant.
And he did not bring his vest and hat.
You know, the touch a truck thing's coming up, and they're gonna have some new vests and stuff there.
So for this upcoming budget year, we're requesting a new automatic transfer switch replacement for the raw water intake building. This is going to be replacing the existing automatic transfer switch. It's basically a whole brand new unit. This was found when Eaton came out to the water plant to kind of assess upcoming or necessary, their recommendations for changes and upgrades that we need. The reason this is on this year's budget is this is kind of the next big issue that could cause problems at the water treatment plant, kind of like what happened just around Christmas for the main breaker. This is what feeds the main breaker. So if this ATS goes out, we have no power to the raw water intake building. So what this includes is, it actually does include the work and everything with it. So it might actually be less than the $200,000 that's there. The quote itself was for $118,000. I went up on that because I thought it may need the crane and all of that work to go with it, but I believe it actually might be in that amount. So it also takes, the lead time on this is 42 weeks. So it's something that if we ordered it now, we might get it by the end of the budget year. So it's a pretty big ordeal, or big piece of equipment that if we don't get it and we don't get the process going, could put the water treatment plant in quite the predicament. That could cost a lot more money if we have to do it under an emergency basis. Next is the filter and blow down actuators. That's was something that you guys approved for us last year, which we appreciate. So it's just carrying over. The next is the new coagulant pumps, and that's kind of going to go along with the new SCADA upgrade, but individually from that to upgrade those pumps. Next to the bacteriological sampling stations, what this will allow us to do is avoid any contamination from our bacteriological samples that we have to take 40 a month for, which are required by TDEC. And what these are isolated sampling stations that we can lock, that we can torch instead of taking it off of the hose bibs off someone's home. So if there's bugs or nests or anything like that that get involved, that could give us a false positive and cause us, a little bit of an issue, which could lead to a violation, which none of us here want. So it is $85,000 roughly for that. I was talking with Mike about that. That does not include all the installation. He's done a lot of work in checking to see how those would tie into the main, and a lot of them, 60% of them are probably into the road. So it does cost a little bit more than expected than that 85. That's more so just the sampling stations themselves. So that's also something that could be broken up. So if we, depending on the work that would be done in-house by Mike and his guys, we could potentially get maybe 20 at a time is kind of where the discount limit is. So anything 20 and more, it's cheaper. So if that helps, then maybe we can do it that way. Any questions on any of that I've gone over so far before I?
One thing I'll add to those stations is, based on the population we may go from 40 to 6, is it
60.
60?
60 is next.
So the threshold is 40,000 people. So
And we're
if we get good results from the special census, then that's going to put us over 40. That's going to make the sampling station go from 40 to 60. So we'll revise this if needed, or at least put it into next year's budget for the extra 20 or whatever we've got to do.
Yeah, and they're roughly 800 to 1,000, which depend on which one we select, or which one is selected, I should say. Next is online instrumentation for phosphate. Phosphate's used for corrosion control, so that allows us to kind of monitor the chemical that we're putting out into the system. Right now, we don't have any continuous monitoring of that. It is something that is regulated by the state that we have to do distribution samples for every day and that sort of thing. Kind of like the rest of the online instrumentation. Instrumentation, that's a fun word, that we need to monitor as well. Next is the online TOC analyzer. That we have to meet certain requirements of removal. We take those samples every month. What the online analyzer will assist us with at the water treatment plant is being able to kind of adjust our treatment process to see what's working better, what's not working in regards to the coagulant, which could end up in a cost savings with the coagulant if we have to use less, depending on the time of year based on the amount of TOC removal we have. So it could also have us use more, but that's making sure that we're staying in range and staying compliant with state regulations for the TOC removal. And I believe that's it for this upcoming fiscal year. Would you like me to go into the remainder of it? Okay, I just wanted you to check. The rest of it's also, those are things we've asked for in the past that have remained in those years or even
That's future planning, but
yes,
we wait for those conditions.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't walk away too soon. You know how much I love talking up here. So.
He does love talking.
I do love talking. I do. I will agree with you on that one.
And Danny will walk us through the rest of it, Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I believe he's outdone me.
Well, I will bow for that one. Because
Ronnie, that's a low bar you set.
Any
Okay.
questions?
Does any of the ARPA money come into play here with this?
No, like we've stated, or I have stated before, when you look at the ARPA funds, we're getting, let's just say 10 million. So if we use 10 million for some of these other projects, or if we use 10 million for each one of these little things, we still just get $10 million. So, yes, when we use the 10 million for some project that we was going to use, water sewer fund, that you can essentially say that it covered this, but, it's all the same pot of money.
It's like SCADA. We've been talking about upgrading the SCADA system that they use at the water treatment plant. Well, instead of that being here for the one-time requests, it's over here with the ARPA and TDEC pricing.
It's just a way to give us additional funding to do more projects at one time. That's what it boils down to. Okay, so that's it for the capital and one-time request for water and sewer. If you look down your list, you see the fund balance items there for the Public Works and CDS facility. So your totals for water and sewer fund, you have your carryover items at $432,600, your new non-recurring request at $932,000, and then your fund balance items at $15,125,000. So that's the summary for the water and sewer fund capital.
Now, when you say grand total, though, that's not factoring in the carryover, correct?
Correct. That's just the new request, the 932.
Any questions? Okay, Bruce?
So I think the only other item that we have documentation for is the list that Kyle gave us last week for the major projects. There are projects listed in these other funds. If you want us to go over those again, it's up to the board. Obviously, we're not talking about general fund tonight, which is that first page. But you do have the streets, street capital projects. You should have parks in here. And then the water and sewer projects. Well, there's one for stormwater as well. But, so just depends on how much in-depth the board wants to go into these. Have to deal with how we're going to pay for it, and of course, which projects you want to move forward with as far as setting priorities.
I was pretty vocal last week, so I'll open it up to the board.
I made some notes, but everything's been answered.
That's roughly what they said so far.
All right, I'm gonna throw something out there since everybody's here. If you go to the Parks Capital Project, everybody's aware that we got the TDEC grant for the Brookside Park.
Mm-hmm.
Those figures continue to climb. It's very doubtful that our part is gonna come in at $200,000. Our part very well could be quadruple that. Not sure, there's a lot of dirt work that's gonna have to be done over there that wasn't figured in on the front end of this. So if that's the case and our estimates continue to climb, is there at some point we say it's not worth the city putting in $800,000 plus for a neighborhood park?
Well, I say that's a hefty price tag for a small park.
That's kind of what we were thinking also. Reagan Smith is in the process of reconfiguring the original plan to try to do a little layout, and I don't even know if they've got back with TDEC yet on that. Not even sure TDEC would approve moving stuff around once they've already approved the initial plan. Everybody knew it was in a floodplain once we got started. We were under the impression that that really wasn't taken into consideration that much. You could drop $800,000 in this thing on our side and we're still gonna be in a floodplain.
So have y'all looked at any alternative locations on the west side? Because I know currently there are no parks over there, no public parks, just pretty much is the fire station 43.
We haven't looked at anything other tied to that grant because that grant is site specific. It was approved on that location and those dimensions that were set out. There probably are some other alternatives that we could do in that area. Other than a neighborhood park, we could still use that as green space. We could put up soccer nets, we could put up benches, picnic tables, maybe even a shelter in that area. But I'm not sure what at this point is going to be as far as what the end game is on our side.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that park, Ms. Phyllis?
Just so the board knows, in that capital project parks fund, there's approximately $550,000.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that park?
Yeah, and we know, we're not going into this lightly. We know they need something over there, that neighborhood on that side of town. We just don't know what the final cost is going to be, and at the end of the day, is it worth saying dropping $800,000 on a small pocket park, which you're still going to be in a floodplain regardless of the outcome?
Does this still flood?
It does, and I think when Gary came in, he ran some new figures on dirt work. And when we got those, we just, we started taking a look back to see what's the best path forward.
So it's Gary to blame. Absolutely. Any more question on the Brookside Park?
I agree with you. Something needs to be over there on that side, but, it is what it is at the moment.
And I guess when Reagan Smith comes back with another design, we'd have more of a figure to what it would cost to proceed with that. I definitely don't see us coming in on our side at $200,000.
Okay. Any other questions on the general fund capital for anyone? Well, I'll bring up something for the board as far as that we haven't hit on with, well, we sort of hit on it the first day of this, but when it comes to pay increases, I know it is currently in the budget for 3% pay increase. One thing I would suggest, at least for my thoughts, I would like with that, I know I've been doing 6%, but looking at adjusting the scale that we use. So people who are basically topped out, that'll adjust them as well, but it would be for all employees and do that one step, if I'm wording that correctly, but that would ultimately be 6%, if I'm figuring it correctly. Is that right, Bruce? Roughly?
If you wanted to do a 6% increase, we would suggest a 3% step increase, which is a typical increase, and then adjust the entire scale by 3%. So essentially, it would be a 6% increase.
And then that adjusting the scale, though, that again, anyone who's topped out, suddenly they're not topped out anymore.
They would get that scale adjustment.
Correct. And with my thought is, just as it was last year, looking at inflation, we're all seeing that. Whether it's costs for these projects, whether it's at the grocery store, everyone's experiencing that. So, thoughts?
Well, my thought is on it, everybody at the grocery store, I know Social Security, this year, or was it this year, last year, we got about an 8% increase. I like to see about a 7% increase in employees. I feel that will put us about even from last year with the inflation. Anything less than 7%, the employees is basically going to make less this year than they did last year with the high price of food, and everything has went up. I know Social Security, can't remember, I believe it was last year, end of last year, Social Security got like around 8%. It was quite a bit, and inflation just ate that up. I mean,
Steve, Carol, what are your thoughts?
I think that our employees are top shelf. I think that 6%, as far as the 3% split, that gives the city time for new business, for new retail, for new commercial, for new sales tax, all of that to kind of catch up and let the city offer some incentive to the employee, but then cool its heels, let stuff come in, let more money come in, and then do the incentive, another one. You know, I talked to a friend of mine the other day, Mr. Bean Man, Donnie Fergus. I had breakfast with him, and he said something to me that was so funny because we were talking, and he said, you know, when I was young, I couldn't always make $1, but if I could make 50 cents, I was all for it. So I think a little bit is better than nothing, and then we got some really good retail coming, some good commercial, and as the city makes money, then the employees will benefit. That way it's not all at once, because like you said, we've got a lot of stuff on this budget.
Ms. Carroll?
I agree with the 6% and like Bruce said, the 3% step and then adjust everybody so nobody's topped out. So I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Glenn, Cold?
Yes.
Okay. We got anything else involving capital?
Kyle, Phyllis, Tanya, anything?
So the vehicles and machinery and everything that Michael and other people asked for last year, some of that's still not here. Is that money for that still sitting in the budget?
Yes. That's part of that carryover that
That's
we'll
part
put
of the
into
carryover.
next year's budget, yes.
Okay.
and it's a good chance this year the vehicles that we budgeted for this year, we probably ain't gonna get most of them or some of them because, Murfreesboro Ford is in the same shape as, Murfreesboro Toyota. You go up there to buy a new Toyota, they don't have none on the lot. I mean, you got to put a waiting list. I just bought a 23 Toyota Camry, and you just can't walk in and buy a new vehicle. You got to be put on a wait list. You know, and they get a truck in each week, and it may have what you want on it, and it may not. And I'm sure all the dealers is the same way. Murfreesboro Ford is the one that most government gets their vehicles, and you go up there and it looks like they got a full lot of white vehicles, but I don't know. It just don't seem like nobody's getting anything. When they get it, it's already spoken for.
There is an order date. I'm not sure when that date is. I don't know if Thomas has found out yet.
Well, yes, sir, I don't know the exact date, but it's only, used to be for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's just a couple of days. So, I mean, if we know which vehicles we need to get, we can get approval for. If we are able to order those, we should be able to get those in. But there again, with the supply chain, you never know.
But if we don't order them.
Right, if you don't order them, you're not going to get them. That's true.
So as in the past, I'm assuming we can, when we start emailing over our things to the mayor and.
No, do not email me. There's this thing called the Sunshine Law, so you need to communicate through Bruce.
I got it, to Bruce. The department heads are going to give us their priority.
These are their priorities.
Well, I mean, this is it.
The items in the capital list that we've gone over last week and this week, those are pretty much funded as far as the revenues over expenditures. Now, there may have to be some adjustments, especially when we're talking about making changes to the wage increase and whatnot. So we'll have to look at that again to see exactly where we are on that once that gets calculated into it. But, you know, I think the biggest issues we have to talk about, and we still have one more budget workshop, is our big capital projects and the priorities there, how we're going to pay for them, and what time frame we're going to go over those in the next however many years. So to me, that's the biggest issue that we really need to address.
I would say
next week we also be dealing with nonprofits. We'll have hopefully presentations from those folks, and so that'll be something else we've got to prioritize and make a decision on.
And if you've not sent over to Miss Tanya who you want to see, please make sure you do so. Everyone has a copy of all of the different projects. You've got that color-coded, streets for blue, parks for green, water. You've got that whole thing. And so if there is a specific item that you're wanting to see prioritized above another that you did not bring up last Monday or tonight, then please let Bruce and Kyle know. That way they can set that expectation. If you don't communicate and you're not saying what your priorities are, then that's ultimately it's on you. You're not doing your part of this. So it's all team, and we want to see the city move forward and be prosperous. So anything else from anybody?
I just like to reemphasize on the 7% on employees. We need to keep the employees we got, because especially in the police department, we're kind of at a low level, and with inflation, I think anything less than 7%, the employees is going to make less this year than they did last year. We need to keep at least their head above water.
Well, thankfully, with head count, we're not underwater. I know we've had some departures, but we've also been hiring, and Andrew mentioned in a most recent meeting that when it comes to retention, it's not necessarily pay, but other items that's driving some of that. So, but anything else, Bruce?
Not that I know of.
Okay, well, we'll see everybody next Monday evening. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is April 4th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. Tonight's prayer will be with Alderwoman Hobbs, and I'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would stand, observe a moment of silence for the Covenant School shooting victims.
Dear Heavenly Father, I'd like to thank you for this beautiful day that you provided for us. I want to thank you for our first responders, and I ask for the protection of our first responders and all of our citizens. I ask that you pour your blessing and favor upon the city. I pray for unity in our leadership. May our goals and vision align with yours. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First item is to approve the minutes from the March 7th, 2023 regular meeting. Need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to presentations. Thank you, sir. Can I have John, Brandon, Jonathan, and Andrew come on up here from our Parks and Recreation Department? These guys were very nervous. They were going to have to stay for the whole meeting. So the city of LaVergne wants to recognize you guys. We have, we send many of our team, and including these four men, to obtain the National Recreation and Park Association Certified Playground Safety Inspection, and all four of them went and passed these classes. And so if you think about it, we want our playgrounds to be safe for all of the kids who are on there. And these men will help to ensure that. So the city of LaVergne wanted to recognize all four of you gentlemen for this. And from me, thank you for doing that, both for the community, but also for our kids. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, guys.
That's a good bunch of guys right there.
Yes, sir. So moving on to departmental reports, Chief Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. For the month of March, we're going to start off with our vehicle burglaries. We had 12 incidents this month. 7 of the vehicles were unlocked, which is, again, the commonplace where folks are not securing their vehicles. 5 of the vehicles were forcibly entered into. Majority of the targets were, again, in the Lake Forest area, again in the evening and early morning hours, and we had 1 firearm taken from an unlocked vehicle, which is unacceptable. We had a number of forceful entries, which is, again, outside of the norm, where there's property inside the vehicles, but they were looking specifically, I believe, for guns. That's their big MO. And again, we try to make sure that we have the public service announcements to let everybody know to take all your valuables, including your weapons, out of your cars and secure them to the best of their abilities. And we will continue to put that message forward. We had 10 motor vehicle thefts for this month, and we recovered 9 in the same time frame. But I would not venture to say that they were all 9 out of the 10 were from ours. Plenty from Metro. We had 2 drug overdoses in the month of March, and unfortunately it appears that we have lost 1 resident due to that overdose. During the month, we had 3,347 calls for service, 553 traffic stops, 180 total arrests, 10 for warrants, 16 for domestic violence arrests, 10 DUIs, and 25 drug violation arrests. And to date, in March, the Blue Sentinel has scanned over 2,632 license plates, resulting in 3,714 alerts being notified. We've got 6 stolen vehicles and 3 stolen license plates. And again, this is a very, very good tool. And in the future, I know that we're going to make an effort to try and get some more to cover the entire city if we can do it. We had 84 total crashes for the month, 72 in property damage, 12 injury, with 17 people injured. Again, Waldron and Murfreesboro Road intersections and Waldron Road with the additional traffic and the inflow of all the different folks coming into the city. Any questions?
I got one
Yes,
with the shortage of policemen that's recently happened with, you said the 3,000 plus calls. How has that affected the police department?
How has it affected the police department?
Short-handed.
Well, we've done this on a regular case where we take the time to prioritize the calls, and we take the highest priority calls first, and then we stack them up, and we just go as quickly as we can get to every other call that we can. And that's how we deal with it. And we've been very, very successful so far. We've not had too many complaints of long overdues for officer responses. The officers are diligent and working hard, spending all the time that they can to make these calls.
What's the usual time for response time?
On the average, it's going to be probably 2 to 3 minutes. Depends on where it's at in the city.
Yeah.
Okay, because obviously if we have a call on this side, Waldron getting on the other side of town, depending upon the time of day and the traffic that we're dealing with. If it's an emergency call, obviously we're going to get there with a little more expedite. But general calls for service, I would say 2 to 3 minutes is an average.
The people keep bringing this up to me, and the last 2 or 3 months, and I've kind of put it off, but I'm getting more people call about the police scandal that went on in the police matter.
Yes, sir.
Was it going on under Chief Walker's watch, or it just started under Chief Davis's watch?
I can't say that I know anything about anything starting under Chief Walker.
Okay.
At that point, I wasn't in the upper administration. I was a patrol lieutenant.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
With the regards to the 10 vehicle thefts, were those vehicles with keys in them, or were they just, do we know if they were just hot-wired cars, like people just starting them up in the morning to warm up?
There's an array. I can't tell you exactly for each one of those, Mayor, but I know that our detectives have been working with relation to the Chargers and Challengers having an issue with being able to be jumped off by a specific piece of equipment. So I can't tell you for sure.
Chief, I've heard some rumors, scuttlebutt talk. Is the thieves, are they targeting a particular type of vehicle or a particular brand, or?
Without going too far into that, Vice Mayor, yes. Challengers and Chargers.
That's what I read about, Challenger and Chargers.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just specifically Dodge products at this point. No, we don't have a trend with any other vehicles.
Any other questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Andrew, can you come up real quick and just speak to the public meetings regarding the police department that will be coming?
Sure, absolutely. So just as a reminder to everyone in our room and everybody watching as well, we're involved with a national search for a new police chief. And we are hosting, the search firm is hosting 2 open citizen meetings. One will be Thursday night, April the 20th at the library starting at 7 p.m. The other one will be Saturday, April 22nd, also at the library at 11 a.m. And we invite all citizens to attend and be able to speak into elements in the new police chief, what they are looking for, things that are important to them in the community. The search firm will be there to hear and listen and facilitate those conversations. And I think it's an important step for all of us, both that work for the city and that live in the city, to be able to have a voice into that process. And that is that opportunity, April 20th and April 22nd.
Thank you, sir.
How are we getting that out to the public, Andrew?
It will be, and has been, and will continue to be through our social media accounts. And obviously, this is an opportunity as well, and through the forums that you all have online. We'd love everyone to attend. There's nothing that anyone needs to pre-register for. You can just show up and be able to have an opportunity to share your thoughts with the facilitator that night.
Will it be on Channel 3?
I'm sure we could probably make that happen. I'm looking at Bruce.
As far as the advertising, do you mean?
Yeah, to let people know. Because a lot of people don't have social media.
Sure.
You know, but they will catch.
I'm happy to get the information to Jerry and to build a slide for that.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust again that you have had an opportunity to review the reports for the month of March. I think everything's within the normal operational procedures there. I think you might notice that we did 324 courtesy inspections of our pre-fire plan, so we've come in contact with almost every single business within the city in the last 6 months. Face-to-face contact with them, getting information about their buildings and whatnot. So those are really good contact points for us and the business owner. Additionally, you will start to see our crews out on our annual hydrant testing beginning this month and next month, hopefully wrapped up before July. So Danny, our advice would be if you have brown water, let it run until it runs clear. Water will be safe, correct? Yes, sir. So you should see that, and we'll have a social media post come out to give some directions on that as well. Do y'all have any questions about that part?
The residents, the color of the fire hydrant determines the pressure, right?
Yes, sir. We have 4 colors of hydrant tops. Bottoms are the yellow color, and the tops are the 4 different colors: red, orange, green, and blue. We have discovered over the last year during our ISO review and prepping for that, and with our new water engineer, that we have tremendously much higher water capabilities than we've ever thought. There was some testing that we were doing that we needed a final process, a step in our process that we weren't traditionally completing or weren't completing previously, which shows us that we right now, according to our partner over there, we have 1 red top hydrant in the city. Is that accurate? And that means that we only have 1 red top hydrant. That means it flows less than 500 GPMs. That's a tremendous change than in previous times as our testing. The water's always been available. It's just we may or may not have been testing accurately at the time. There have been some water changes in the last couple of years. Am I saying that correctly? That may have improved our water sources. Is that correct, Bruce? So we're doing much better than we have in the past. And when we have our next hydrant painting, you'll see most of those hydrants recategorized. So some of the orange hydrants have changed, the green ones have changed, and a lot will be blue, meaning that they have more than 1,500 GPMs available to them.
And I see some stone being laying down at 283, so that's a good sign.
Yes, sir. Doing really good work. Been over there a couple of times this week already. You should start to see some progress happening. The soil samples are coming back solid. They're starting to bring in more dirt, trying to level it off, and hopefully you'll start to see some real construction happening soon.
So can you speak to the jump in the structure fires?
That's quite interesting. And when we look at those numbers in structure fires, that is by definition from our National Fire Incident Reporting System. And what qualifies or quantifies as an actual structure fire and what truly is operational are 2 things different. By reporting system, if you had a sparking outlet that got outside the outlet, that would be qualified as a structure fire. We may not have even used hose on that and used a pressurized water can, but we classify it as a structure fire. So there are changes month to month. Nothing categorically different that I can define that caused any of those. Obviously, we've come off the cold spell of the year. I don't think that had any relation, so it's nothing to identify why.
Okay. And then can you speak to the strategic planning
Yes, sir.
survey going out?
The fire department is undergoing a strategic planning process that will help us identify the needs of the citizens and the business owners over the next 5 years. We need the assistance of the citizens and those business owners. You should see a survey, hopefully by next week. It will come from our Municipal Technical Advisory Service consultant, MTAS consultant, Mr. Steve Cross. We'll push that out through our social media sites. And then we'll also work for the business owners. It'll go to our economic development team with Tom Broker's team to push that out to the business owners. Our desire, our want is to understand exactly what the citizen needs, what the customer needs from us, and what they value the most. It's not uncommon for a fire department or any organization to believe this is what the customer wants, and then in turn find out maybe they don't value this as much as they value B. And so we want to deeply understand what the customer needs in the city. That helps us as a leadership team direct the fire department in the right path and meet those needs, make plans for the future. So you should see a social media post coming out next week, hopefully by Monday, from our PIO that will link you to a survey. And we encourage the board members to share that within your social media realms. To help us get as much the more feedback we have, the greater understanding of what the customer needs. And we've already taken care of our internal stakeholders, so we've heard from what our employees want and desire, and now we're looking for the external people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, the reason there might be a low water pressure in the area around Chippewa and Temporary, the area over there, low hydrant pressure?
Not in my scope, sir.
Okay.
I know when I hook to those hydrants, I'm gonna get water out of them. I'm not sure why.
I didn't know if you had a reason why the pressure was low in that area.
No knowledge, sir.
Okay.
One last question, Chief, and I know I've asked you before. Can you tell us about the,
New York Yankees.
I watched a little bit of them, they're terrible. The smoke detectors and criteria?
Absolutely. Anybody is available to have a smoke alarm in the city. If you'll contact our office through the fire department webpage, there's an application process through there, through the Tennessee Get Alarm System, through the LaVergne37086.gov.
I guess your time's up, Chief.
3 minutes is up, Chief.
The police are itching to remove you.
I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
Please
So,
silence your
so
phones.
anybody's eligible to have a free smoke alarm, go through the fire department webpage, through the application process, and we'll send somebody out. We'll put the smoke alarms in the areas that are needed, common hallways, bedrooms. Glad to do that. Free service.
And y'all do install?
We install them free of charge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, David McGowan. You can make sure your phones are on silent while he comes up.
Conrad, put the timer on me. I don't think I'm gonna need it, though. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You have the parks numbers for the month. 57 help desk tickets, 378 man-hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, opening day of the Ball League, April 15th. You guys should be getting a notice from that very shortly. I think it's at 9 o'clock. Don't quote me on that because I don't want to throw the time out and be wrong. So, but you guys will be getting notified of that. April 28th, Movies in the Park, Clifford the Big Red Dog. This was something we had planned earlier in the year or last year in the fall, and it got canceled due to weather. That will start at dark. Concessions will be available. May 13th, Block Party Touch a Truck. We are combining those two events. It's from 10 to 4 this year on that Saturday. Past events, this past Saturday was the Easter drive-through. Very successful. Want to thank Box 100 and the Young Marines. A lot of you guys participated. Thank you for that. Definitely want to thank the library. They're always a big help. Senior Center past events. You can see a couple there, lunch at Cheddar's. The DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, came out a couple weeks ago to get the star on the license. Big hit, good service for us. We were excited to offer that to the community, so we're very thankful they came out. Big shout out to Anthony Honeycutt for kind of spearheading that for us. You can see some upcoming events. Tomorrow's a big day at the Senior Center. GNRC is going to be holding their annual conference at our center. Should be around from 8 to 3, 8 to 4 tomorrow afternoon. So we expect a big turnout there. You see they have a couple of Easter events started. April 29th, I think some of you guys have made mention of that. It's their annual yard sale. They're starting to push that out a little bit to give a little publicity for that. So our upcoming meetings, April 17th, Senior Center Advisory, Park and Rec, and then the Beautification Advisory Committee after that. So next month when we come before you guys, hopefully I can get Danny to be my model again for the hard hat and the vest, and we'll definitely make sure we have one that fits him this time. But the four men that got recognized tonight, the reason you see 4 of them here is because in the past, if we've sent 2, 1 will pass. If we sent 4, 2 will pass. We sent 4 this year, and all 4 of them passed. Super proud of those guys. Very excited for them. That's a very tough class to take. It may not seem like much to everybody else, but for our department, that was a huge event to take place. So thank you guys for recognizing them. Any questions?
The only question, I meant to ask you this the other day, the movie in the park thing, have you, are we doing the?
It will be an inflatable.
Inflatable or the grants?
Randy is our maintenance supervisor. Yeah. He's been out, he was kind of spearheading that whole fabrication because we're gonna have to fabricate some steel posts off of the press box at the football field. Hopefully he'll be back in some capacity within the next month, month and a half, and then we can start moving forward with that project.
All right.
And then, David, I saw with the block party touch a truck, it mentions registering. That's not for individual people who are intending to register, but for people like Smyrna Ready Mix with vehicles.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's free to the public. I think there may be some food trucks on premises, but yeah, it's a free event to the public. The registration is for businesses. They have to provide proof of insurance. So I know last year we had a helicopter, several school buses, which, believe it or not, the kids were very excited to go on a school bus. We thought that would be the last thing they'd want to see, but there was a line.
And then this past weekend's the Easter egg drive-through, that was great. A lot of people participated, and more than we've seen before. So we weren't really sure if that trend would continue post-COVID, but there were a lot of vehicles, there were a lot of happy faces for that Easter bunny.
It was great, and I wasn't going to come up here and throw myself under the bus, but I'm probably going to do it anyway, because when we have an event, we don't want any child or family to be turned away or walk away with anything. Due to the last several years, we've always budgeted or made bags up for 1,000. We've always taken 200 or 300 back. This year, we made up 800, so we had to cut it off at about 11 o'clock. For us, for the public, it was probably a success. For us, we're looking at how we're going to better that next year. Luckily, it said from 10 to 11:30 or while supplies last. So about 11 o'clock, we made the decision to start turning people away at the entrance of the park. Me being a parent, I would prefer to be turned away than wait in a line and get turned away with nothing. So it's another event that we can build on, definitely. Library is always a big help on that. They always take stuff back with them also, and this year, they were kind of like us. They cut it back, not knowing what to expect, and then, it's scrambling. It's the same thing with the father-daughter dance. At about 10:30, we're thinking, do we need to go to the store and get some more stuff? But by that time, you're running out of luck.
You mentioned smiling faces. I'll tell you something that I noticed myself. Of course, I was, me and the mayor was out there. The children loved it, no doubt about it. But the grandparents and great-grandparents, they especially loved it because they were able to participate with their grandkids in the car, take videos of the bunny. They didn't have to get out and run around that big field because they can't do it. They just can't.
Yep.
So they were able to participate. So I know there was some negativity about that thing, but it has grown, and the kids, and especially the parents, are being able to be there with them. Nobody got crushed. There's no chaos. So,
Well,
I think
we
you're
did
onto
have
something,
Friday, a lady called our office. She had 2 special needs. They weren't children, but they were more adults. And they never got to participate in anything, so she wanted to know what was the event, what was the likelihood of them being able to participate, and we were like, yeah, and I think we even made you guys aware of it that morning.
Well, they came through my line,
Yeah.
so I actually got to meet them.
So when they come through, let somebody know, and we'll pull their car to the side, and we'll make sure the Easter Bunny's over there for a photo op. So those pictures did get posted. They were tickled to death. We were glad to be able to do that for them. That kind of offset having to turn people away for a little bit. And before I forget, I want to thank Jules and her daughter also. Big help that morning, big help. We'll take their help anytime we can get it.
I just want to make a comment, being on the other side with the traffic control and stuff like that. The way the guys set up the cones, it gets better every year. When we first started out, there was kind of like no cones in, as a member of Box 100, we were, go to the end of the parking lot, come around. But this year, they did great having the cones all the way around and then down and then even through the trail. And it helped us saying, just follow the cones. And then we had a couple of people try to cut across the parking lot, but the young Marines, they stopped them real quick. So, we're like, no, follow the
And we
So
hated
it
to
was
turn
great.
people away, but at that point, it's, we were like, as a parent, what would you want? We would prefer to know instead of waiting in another line for 30 minutes. That's another one of those things that we may be eating candy from now till Halloween, but next year we will definitely not run out. So we'll definitely take care of that.
You said you had to turn people away. Has anybody checked the tags and see how many's coming over from Davidson County?
No, sir, we didn't. And be honest with you, I don't know if that is something that, when COVID hit, nobody was doing anything. So that was something that LaVergne was doing when other communities weren't. So if they come through with kids in the cars, we're going to accommodate them. We're not going to try to turn them. I don't know if that's the road we really want to go down. We just, we provide a service, and we want to see everybody happy.
I know a lot of LaVergne people was being turned away because Davidson County people. I didn't know y'all was checking.
No,
See,
no, sir, Alderman Waldron, we don't. And you have so many split families anymore. The kids may reside primarily in LaVergne, but on the weekend be somewhere else and take that opportunity to come here. So, we just prefer to try to accommodate everybody.
Okay.
And I will say, just to kind of echo what Vice Mayor No had said, I had a chance to go back and watch the Parks and Rec and hear feedback from the committee, about the drive-through process. And I think I was the one that even mentioned doing a walkthrough. But I do think that is good, that it's unique for the city of LaVergne to do the drive-through process. Considerations for single mothers, fathers, to be able to take multiple children. I heard a lot of that feedback, and I really value that. And so I do think that the drive-through option is good. And even we participated. It worked really well. The only thing I did have a concern about is I did see a couple of families with kids that were like sitting on the windowsill, holding little brother, sister out. So maybe for next year, just to enforce a little bit more safety as far as that goes. I understand you don't want to restrain your kid for 20 minutes in a car seat while you're doing the drive-through, but just maybe a little bit more safety-oriented as far as remaining inside the vehicle. But I do believe that the drive-through option, I like that for the city.
And that's a good point, and that's very possible because we did have we had more help this year than we generally have in the past. On any event, we're spread kind of thin, but between Box 100, a lot of you guys, volunteers we had here, the young Marines, so we had, and our staff was there. Library had 3 or 4. So yeah, we could definitely do that next year, spread our guys out throughout the line to try to just, I don't say police things a little better, but just keep a better eye on things.
So one last question, David. Did all the golden eggs get turned in?
I think there's 2 that have not been claimed, 0 to 2 or 3 to 5 in that age group, I think. 2 were claimed that morning of the event. So we encourage everybody to go back through your stuff and check, and if you haven't, please call the Parks office.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Moving on to the library, Miss Donna B. Bout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of March, I would like for you to take a close look. I did a comparison to 2022. Was extremely pleased that in all categories we have increased. Our attendance was 3,411, circulation 3,275, new patron cards 107, computer usage 1,179, up by a few. Programs 19 and program attendance 415. So we were very excited to see our numbers trending up. They have been going down, but now we are ready to go back up, and we're excited about that. We're starting our new book clubs. I have 2 of the flyers. Better Off Read book club. Can you think of the phrase that was kind of thought of before they got Better Off Read? What was it, Mayor?
Is it Better Off Dead?
Mm-hmm. So, Better Off Read book club. The book that they're going to be discussing is Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus. That's going to be Monday, April the 17th at 5:30, and you can sign up at the circulation desk. We also have a daytime book club, Page Turners. The Page Turners book club, the book is So Long, Chester Wheeler by Catherine Ryan Hyde, and this will be Saturday, September 22nd at 10:30 a.m. And you can sign up at the circulation desk. So what's up at the library? We will be closed this Friday and Saturday, April the 7th and the 8th, but we will resume regular hours on Monday, April the 10th. Want you all to save the date for Saturday, April the 29th. LaVergne High School, the Project Lit Club, will be hosting the 2nd annual on this I have Spring Fling, but it's actually the 2nd annual library sign-up day at the library. We will have approximately 4 local authors that will give book talks and read their books. The talented and creative students from LaVergne High School Project Lit will present book readings, puppet shows, face painting. They'll have songs and drama. They'll have book flicks up, and there's arts and crafts. And also, LaVergne High School is going to be bringing some of the artwork from their art students to be on display. So just remember, of course, getting a library card, having fun is not hard when you've got a library card. You can discover more programs and resources at catalog.lavernetn.gov. Do you have any questions?
Well, one thing I will hit on that I'm using more with the library is Libby.
Good.
And so for people who may not know who's electronic, do you want to just kind of explain what Libby is?
Libby is our e-audio and e-book resource. You can download the app, and then you can also go to our catalog and look up books on e-audio and e-books. You can read them or listen to them on your Kindle, on your phone, on your tablet. It's a great, great resource. We had moved from Tennessee Reads to just our own Libby it's been about a year now. So we are slowly building up our collection. And what I'm asking of our patrons, of the citizens, if there's certain genres of books that you like to read or listen to, please let us know if there's particular authors, because we really want to build that up. This year, we're taking a small portion of our book budget and putting toward our e-audibles and our e-books. So please let us know if there's anything that we need to add to our collection. But if you come to the library or get on the website, there's a QR code that you can scan that will take you directly to Libby and get you all signed up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I noticed the library, it's very pretty at night with the lights for a 20-plus year old building. It really looks good at night.
It's aging well.
And Donna, to add to David, what he said about you, I just wanted to thank you for the other day. You and your staff did great. Those, I don't know how much they weighed, about 5-pound chocolate bunnies you all had. I'm sure all the kids went home with a good sugar buzz. So.
It was great. It was a half-pound chocolate solid bunny, and I got kind of tickled at Sherry and Danny. They were the ones that were handing out the chocolate, and I had brought them these big baskets to put them in. And Sherry said, "You've got to be kidding me," because her arm was just like this. And so they finally just put them on the table, would reach and grab a few and put in the windows. And it was fun. I enjoyed watching them. And Danny is our newest staff member, and he was very passionate and excited about it. Sherry's our good old standby in children's department, and she knew so many of the families that came through. So it was a great time.
Yes, it was.
And it was good to see the Hobbs family.
Just need to get Danny some bunny ears.
I know. We offered them to him, but he said it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I'm going to hit the highlights of the financial summary. You have a copy. In our general fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $3.8 million. In our local sales tax, our year-to-date actual was $2.7 million above our budget, and it was also $1.1 million above our prior year. In our State Street Aid Fund, revenues exceeded expenses by $298,000. In our Stormwater Fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $50,000. In our Water and Sewer Fund, our revenue exceeded expenses by $7.9 million. Our next page is our bank balances. Then our third page, we're doing comparisons to our prior year. In our General Fund, revenue was up $1.7 million. Our expenses were up $4.5 million. In our Water and Sewer Fund, revenue was up $7 million. Our expenses were up $150,000. And our water and sewer tap fee revenue was down $103,000.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Moving on to the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report. A couple things that I'd like to mention. We did have high service pump 2. Wow. I blanked out, sorry. We did have high service pump 2 removed, taken out of service in order to be inspected back at the shop. They did determine that it needs new bearings, top and bottom bearings. So that will be reinstalled in the month of April. So we look forward to having that back in service. And to go off of what Chief Beasley was saying about the flushing, it will be a good idea to just flush your lines, give it about 5 to 10 minutes to allow any discoloration to come out of your faucets. We, as Infomark, will also be doing our flushing program in between June and September. So you'll see that you might see some color throughout the system for an extended period of time once they start. So something I mentioned now, since and I'll bring it back up when we do actually start in June, but wanted to mention that since he touched on it. We were also able to partner with the senior center. I'm having difficulty speaking tonight. To help donate money for their Wii Bowling T-shirts, something we do on an annual basis, and Infomark really enjoys that partnership and being able to help them out.
Danny, how has the water level at the lake, has that affected services at all?
It has not, thankfully. We haven't had any trouble with the treatment process, even though the water's been low. So we haven't had any issues with pulling in any mud or sediment or anything like that. So
You need to ask Michael Dietz about the water level. He'd tell you about the fishing. But yes, thank you so much for the shirts for Wee Bowling. They started back up today, actually.
Good.
I think it is. So
No,
it's
we enjoy
always great to see the seniors in different color shirts. So
no, absolutely.
we appreciate it.
That's something we really enjoy doing. So
I know the lake's been low, and the lake is beginning to rise back up. How often does the lake turn over? They got a word like the lake's turning over. How often does it happen?
typically twice a year for us is what we see it. Between May and June, May, July, we tend to see it, and then so in the spring and in the fall, I should say. So October, November-ish as well.
You're talking about flushing. And another thing the citizens can do, they can flush their water heater inside the house, and that will extend the life of the hot water heater.
Yes, sir.
Now, Danny, if anyone has any questions in regards to their the water discoloration, if it just does not change for them within a significant amount of time, who do they call?
They call Andrew.
Yes.
And would you like to say your number?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same as yours.
Okay, which is that's funny. He said something about knowing where those 2 missing eggs were as well. So I don't know. The phone number is 615-793-6536, option 2.
Thank you. Any other questions? Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda, need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. Ordinance. First reading ordinance 2023-06. An ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 senior citizens fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-08, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-09, a resolution to accept the Minerva Village Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on January 31st, 2023. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-10, a resolution to accept the retreat at Finch Branch, Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 28th, 2023. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-11, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to join the State of Tennessee and other local governments in amending the Tennessee State Subdivision Opioid Abatement Agreement and approving the related settlement agreements. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Yep.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next, I'll make a motion. Next we have a motion to authorize the mayor to dismiss the Word of Life lawsuit. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. I'll second it and want to go to our city attorney first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the mayor advised me earlier today that the Word of Life Church may have relocated to Smyrna. So we don't know whether it's the same Word of Life Church that was operating here in LaVergne. But if you vote to approve the resolution that's before you tonight, you're not mandating the dismissal. You're simply giving the mayor the authority to dismiss it. We'll be happy to track down that information to see if it's worth continuing to pursue. And if it is, we'll be glad to do that. But if it's not, this would just authorize the mayor to pull the plug on it so we can get it resolved.
Any other questions about that? We have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, keep families of the victims of the Nashville school and the people who was affected with the storm down south and everything. Seemed like we just had a bad run on everything there, and everyone been getting a lot of calls, and everybody's glad that Jason's finally bringing up the term limit, and the police scandal, you know, that went on. It best of my knowledge, it started when Chief Davis got in charge, and Jason hired Chief Davis, jumped him from sergeant to chief. That's when it started. If Chief Davis hadn't have been chief, it might have not have started. So, that's, I've been bringing up for over 2 years about the hiring and firing, get the city administrator, and that's another head on the nail about, how much is this going to cost. But they want to check on the elderly, make sure pets have ample shade and water, and everybody have a happy and safe Easter. Thank you.
Alderman Hobbs.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple announcements on behalf of the LaVergne Rescue Unit. Their Country Ham Breakfast fundraiser will be April 8th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. There will also be a free educational program that morning from 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. on overdose prevention and substance abuse. They're also hosting a TWRA boating safety class April 29th at 9 a.m. The class is free to everyone, and licenses will also be available for purchase for $10. In regards to the public meetings regarding the hiring of the next police chief, I do encourage all citizens to attend those public forums. Again, that's April 20th at 7 p.m., April 22nd at 11:30 a.m., both held at the public library. Your input is crucial to this hiring process. In addition, I wanted to address some comments made at the last meeting regarding questions being asked by board members that left assumptions that perhaps the meeting packet or the municipal code and charter were either not read or misunderstood. It was surprising to hear this particular assumption. I've spent 15 years heavily involved in professional and academic committees where all questions are valued among peers for accountability, clarity, and transparencies, which are values that I hold of utmost importance in the political setting as well. For example, at our last meeting, Alderman Waldron had asked a question regarding the sale of the stormwater property that was swiftly met by the mayor's comment, "It was in the packet." Alderman Waldron replied with the very obvious statement that the folks at home don't have the packet. I too have asked and will continue to ask questions verbatim from our citizens because I believe this fosters an environment of advocacy that their concerns are seen and heard. And more important, fosters accountability, people to be held to their word. Promotes transparency from an elected official standpoint that we can provide our citizens with a deeper understanding of my position or why I'm voting for or against a particular matter. We also took some time during the workshop last week to review term limits within the charter at the request of Mayor Cole. So I felt tonight would be a great time to provide exact reference to the higher fire section of the municipal code. Alderman Waldron had requested adding to the agenda for discussion nearly 30 times at this point, and I've requested it as well since I've been elected. Each time it's been removed by the mayor. So, the LaVergne Municipal Code, last updated October 6, 2022, Section 6-3, 106, located on page C, 32 of the charter, details the mayor duties. Subsection B says, unless otherwise designated by the board by ordinance, the mayor shall perform the following duties or may designate a department head or department heads to perform any of the following duties, which includes item 2A, to employ, promote, discipline, suspend, and discharge all employees and department heads in accordance with personnel policies and procedures, if any, adopted by the board. It clearly states opportunity for change as it opens, unless otherwise designated by the board by ordinance. And I would propose an ordinance that would add that authority to the city administrator's duties as outlined in section 1-402 in the municipal code. Mr. Richardson, being employed with the city for many years, has obviously achieved the trust and confidence of the board based on his most recent performance reviews with outstanding markings and more than qualified to take on the task. This is well within Mr. Richardson's scope as a full-time employee with the time and resources to monitor and maintain the hire fire process effectively and impartially, would allow more stability and consistency through the process versus permitting the authority to a mayor, a part-time position with varying turnover, especially if there's future discussion of term limits for our elected officials. The mayor pointedly says our priority as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen should be focused to improve and prevent the reoccurrence of such events. I don't disagree with this statement, but simply saying we are moving forward without looking and learning from the mistakes of our past and not taking corrective action against these measures and policies are not effective. As one of my favorite sayings goes, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
I'd just like to remind everyone, like David said, the baseball softball league opening is Saturday, April 15th. The schedule showed that they're planning to do a parade of players at 9 o'clock, and then games will start at 10 o'clock, and I think the last game is over at 3. So come on out, support the baseball softball league. There will be concessions with hamburgers, hot dogs. If it's cold, we'll make our famous mocha coffee, hot chocolate with coffee. It was a hit at the softball tournament. And I just like to again remember the families of the Covenant School and also the families from the Black Hawk accident up in Kentucky. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, no.
No, sir.
Wow.
Everybody's pretty much said everything that needs to be said.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow morning's GNRC conference. Myself and the Vice Mayor will both be speaking at it, so that should be a a good thing for the city. They move around from city to city, from municipality to municipality where they have it, and this year they chose LaVergne, so we're very happy with that. Do want to remind everyone about April 28th, the movies in the park. Steve knows favorite movie, Clifford the Big Red Dog. It's his favorite. I think you requested that, didn't you?
I did.
Then the next day, April 29th, the library sign-up day / spring fling at the library. That's always a fun event. Do want to remind everyone to keep the families and the people both in Reedyville here in Rutherford County that essentially was wiped out with tornadoes from this past storm. We're supposed to have some more dangerous weather tomorrow, so please be on your guard. And then also remember the families of the victims of the Covenant Presbyterian private school shooting. With that, call this meeting adjourned.